Hello and welcome to yet another stream from LocalBoast. I am so close. I'm so close to starting on time. All I had to do was shift the hour. Oh, I was going to start at like 10 originally. And then I realized, okay, no, 11 is more realistic with my lifestyle. 11 is more realistic. But just out of pessimism, I set my start time to 12. And since doing that, I've gotten closer and closer to starting on time. I think 2 streams ago, maybe I started at like 12:15. The last stream, I think I started at like 12:08. This time I at least began the stream at 12. It just had a starting soon set for like 2 minutes away. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe next stream I'll actually have started talking on the 12 dot. Maybe that's where we're at. Maybe that's where we'll eventually be. But yeah, thanks for joining if anyone is watching or watching back on the VOD. Hopefully today's going to be a little bit different. A little bit different in that I am giving myself a new goal with these streams. We've still got the old goal of building React apps, building out a library and showcasing it and interacting with the audience. We've still got all those goals. But the new goal is for me not to get burnt out. It's very early on for someone to even be thinking about burnout. I've been at this a week and a half. This is my 5th stream. And so I'm not burnt out and I'm not anywhere near it. But what I want to start doing as early as possible, or at least start thinking about doing, is having it fit into my life in as easy a way as possible so that I never start dreading it. Because this is effectively going to be my job. If I'm doing this 3 times a week, trying to build an audience, and this is mainly the time at which I'm working on the library, this is effectively going to be my job. But I don't want it to start feeling like one. The reason I quit my previous job was because I was burnt out on software development. I didn't like having to show up at a specific time every day, go to specific meetings, talk to the same people, report in, not work on the stuff that I wanted to work on. Just realized I'm not recording. Okay, started the recording. Yeah, with software engineering and probably just jobs in general, I think some people get, like, burnout is just such a commonly used term, but just get fed up with it. Just the whole having a job that you have to go to every day thing. I'd say, I don't know. I've always thought that everyone hates their job. I've always thought that everyone hates having a job. That if anyone in the world was given the opportunity to not have to work for the rest of their life, they would take it in an instant. That's just where I've always come to these things with this mindset. And I think that's probably true for most people. But what I'm learning more and more is that there are some people who will just happily work themselves to death, even if they had all the money in the world and didn't have a need to go to these jobs. That they would feel, okay, no, but what are you going to do with your days? You're not going to contribute to society. I don't know. You gotta have this job. And that was part of the difficulty I had when I was talking to my work about leaving. You know, I was explaining it to my coworkers, rationalizing it to them, explaining it to my manager, explaining why I want to leave. Just really telling them that it's nothing to do with the job. It's not something that, mismanagement or the stuff I'm working on, even though it partly was. We can come back to that. But yeah, I had to explain to them that it's really just me and having a job. And those two things just didn't work. They had been working for 5 or 6 years. And I was basically just kind of done with it. And again, I feel like that's got to be the case for basically anyone who has a job, especially like a minimum wage job, like a dead end thing where they, dread going there every day. And for those people, they're like, I was in the privileged position where I didn't hate my job, but I hated having the job. But at the very least, I was making a London software engineer salary. And because of that, after only like a few years earning that salary and still having to pay London rent, I managed to have enough savings that I could happily quit my job and keep paying London rent just off my savings from the last couple of years. Which is where I find myself today. And I know most people, basically no one has that level of privilege of hating your job, or at least not being happy enough to keep doing your job and just being like, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to keep the same quality of life and just not have to work. I think, like, again, as I said, I can only look at these things with my own mindset. And my mindset is anyone who has the opportunity to quit their job and do something that makes them happier should do it. But then I'm pretty sure there are people who wouldn't. There are people who are, I guess, workaholics, is what some people would call them at least. People who just, no matter how unhealthy their work habits are, no matter how much happier they might be outside of work, they see the fact that there is a potential for a career as a reason to do it. Even if you've got, let's say, all the money in the world, but even just like enough money to get you by. Just like a passive income, or maybe like a Patreon or something where it's like you're still doing stuff in your spare time. I think, that it's the sort of fighting opinions where I don't know if I'm explaining this to someone, I don't know if they're going to be right on my wavelength of being like, oh, you have the opportunity to quit, absolutely do it. Or if they're going to be like, well, what are you going to do with yourself? You're just not going to work. Some people responded like that. At the same time, there were some people in the in-between who looked me in the eyes and said, like, I get it, Connor. I hate my job. I want to quit. Every day I wake up thinking I should quit this job. But you don't do it. You persevere. You fight through it. And then you die. And that's just how life is meant to be. And that made me so sad. That those people, like, I guess they're probably in that situation where I don't think they were making as much money as I was, so they didn't have as much of a opportunity to stop working. But yeah, it was a real hard sell for some people when I left my job. And circling back to why I started talking about this. This live streaming and working on my library is now my job. Even though I'm not getting paid for it. Definitely not getting paid for it yet. Maybe in a couple months I'll be a Twitch affiliate and I can start running ads to my 0 viewers. But even still, to have any chance of this working out, I need to be treating it like my job. But ultimately, I'm afraid that if I start thinking of it as a job, the negatives will come with it. And I'm already kind of finding myself not like dreading working on this, not dreading coming to a call, but I think I can feel at the end of a stream, if I've expended too much mental faculty, I'm kind of burnt out for that day. As in, like, I'll start streaming at 12, finish at 4. In theory, I've got the whole day ahead of me. I could cook a lovely breakfast, or not breakfast, 4 o'clock. Cook a lovely dinner. Sit back down with the laptop, finish off some things I was working on, maybe edit some videos, go through the VOD and think about how to turn that into a YouTube video. All these cool things I could do with the rest of my day. But the last few days especially, come the end of the stream, I'm like, I'm done. I just need to sit down for the rest of the day, maybe play some video games. And in a way that's good, because it means that I'm working my brain enough. I'm clearly getting something out of these streams. Because before I was streaming, I was having a problem with insomnia. Like, it kept happening where I'd go to bed at the normal time, like midnight, let's say. I'd lie down with a video playing in my ears, as I do every night. And then at like 4 a.m, I would not have slept a second. My eyes wouldn't be heavy in the slightest. I'd just be lying there with my mind thinking of ideas. And I don't mean thinking of ideas as in like, oh, CEO mindset of like, oh, I'm having such innovative ideas. I gotta write some of this down. I just mean dumb stuff like that I could put into the library. Oh, what if my dark mode toggle went woo? So that's where like a bunch of the ideas I do have for the library came from, is just those few nights that I had insomnia, that I stuck it into a notepad on my phone. And I realized that I'm pretty sure that the reason I was having insomnia those nights was that I wasn't doing enough with my mind on those days. I was getting up, watching TV, playing a little video games, taking the dog on a walk, making dinner, going to bed. And my mind would be underutilized. And I haven't had that since I've started streaming at the very least, which I think affirms my theory. And I never had that either throughout my entire career, because that's one thing that I always found with working in software, is that while I didn't have any mental faculty to work on side projects when I got home, and that was something that I tried for like my first year of development, because I was trying to be a mobile app developer at the time. So I would like work a full day, then go home, and then try to manage to do some programming on a video game on just like a shitty little mobile app. And that was so arduous because my mind was already so burnt out that, like, with that game, prior to having a job, I think I worked on it for like, I don't know, 3 months and got it 90% of the way there. And then it took a further like 2 years to do the final 10%, purely because I was doing it 10 minutes at a time after work when my mind just wasn't there. So this is all circling around to the idea of using my mind enough during the day, but trying not to be burnt out after it. And I think the last few streams, while I've gotten some stuff done on the library, I haven't like done a stream and thought, I got nothing done there. So that's something that I can at the very least say, is that I've always walked away with something, some new hook written, some improvement to the Etch-a-Sketch game that I've got on the website. But it feels like I have not gotten 4 hours of work done anywhere near that much, despite the streams being 3 or 4 hours long each. And yet my mind is as burnt out as though I did 4 hours of arduous programming. And I think partly that is due to just the natural mental strain, a strain that is like still quite new to me. This idea of like, it's something that I've basically never done in all my programming career, is have to be programming and talking through it as I do. And like, oh, in the middle of a refactor, see a message come in and completely have to divert what I'm thinking about to explain some concept that I learned 4 years ago about React. And I don't want that to stop. I think it's both a great skill to get better at, for the sake of, like, if I do ever need to get a proper job again, being able to say that, like, I've got all this experience of effectively, like, pair programming, talking through my solutions as I do them, building things on the spot live while people are watching. Like, it's a hell of a skill that I am happy to upskill at. But that is inevitably taking it out of me. But ultimately, the thing that I think that I've been bad for in the last few streams is kind of overworking myself and not giving myself the breaks to switch it up between putting these on, because I'm already getting a bit of a headache. Just clean them off. Yeah, not giving myself enough breaks between the different things I've got. I'm just sort of coming at it like, let's do some programming. Okay, I built that hook, and then I'll answer a question, and then right back into building the next thing. And I'm basically doing it like it's one big sprint, rather than keeping the stream interesting to myself and also enjoyable for me to be doing. Because yeah, this is a few things. It's my new job. It's a new hobby. It's a thing that I look forward to doing when I'm not doing it, and I want to keep looking forward to it. But it's also just like, not even thinking about it being a hobby or a job. It's just like a significant part of my week. Say if I'm streaming 3 days a week, 4 hours, that's 12 hours, not including like prep time, that I just want to be having a good time, you know? Especially when it's not like, oh, I've got all these responsibilities there. I don't have like a management team needing me to be doing X or Y. I don't have sponsorships demanding me to be playing a particular game or building a particular feature. This is my time to do with whatever I want to do with it. And for the most part, what I want to do is work on my library, because I find React development really enjoyable, and I want to have the, you know, a personal portfolio and all this stuff tied to my name. But as well as that, I just want to be having a good time as I'm doing it. So I do, like, there's a reason that I've started this stream off with like 20 minutes of talking. I haven't switched cameras, gone to my plan for the day, talk about the library, catch up on what we worked on last time. I want to do more of this. I want to just kind of shut my brain off as far as the programming goes and just be able to talk for a bit and do this more, intersperse this through all the programming. We can sort of call this like a bit of a retrospective, as in this is the end of my second week of streaming the LocalBoast library development, and we're sort of catching up on how it's gone. I'm happy with it so far, especially in terms of audience engagement. I fully expected by this point, like 5 streams in, I fully expected to maybe have a couple people watching at some points, but never engaging. I fully expected that at the point that I'm like publishing and getting a name out there for the Etch-a-Sketch game, that like no one would have engaged with it at any point. And yet even like on my 3rd stream probably, I had someone, I think it was Andrew, in the chat playing along and encouraging, be like, oh, what if we like persist these lines so when you refresh the page all my stuff's still there? And we got that going and it was working great. That kind of engagement I did not see happening anywhere near this soon. And like, he's not the only one. There's I think there were other people engaging with the Etch-a-Sketch, and we've had a bunch of people chiming in chat. I think every stream I've had like 2 or 3 new followers at least, which for some people is nothing. That's tiny growth, but being only 5 streams in, you know, at this less than 2 weeks, it's amazing to me. So in terms of like growth and success, I'd say the past 2 weeks have been real successful. In terms of like how much has actually been added to the library and the website, I wouldn't say it's been that much, because I think partly the way that I've been structuring these sessions, I'm sort of like not letting myself work on this outside of the streams. Partly because if I think there's something fun to work on, I think I should do it on stream. And partly because of what I said earlier about how after a stream, I'm expecting to have time left in the day to work on it off stream. And I don't have the mental energy. And because I'm giving myself like a couple days a week where I'm just not thinking about work in the slightest, be it YouTube or Twitch or any of it, then it ends up there's not that much time left in the week outside of streams to actually work on it. And so, yeah, after the 2 weeks, we've given the UI to the Etch-a-Sketch panel. We've actually added the SVG drawing, added a few small quality of life things to it, and I've dabbled with the dark mode, light mode thing. But that's still very much like a first draft that is going to be chucked away in this session, hopefully, because I have a new idea for how to do that one. Stay tuned for that. So yeah, in terms of progress with the library, it's been slow, but we're finding how to go about it, how feasible it is to get a lot of progress done on stream, how much should be done off stream. I think even when I was starting, my plan was to do some, like a good bit of the back-endy stuff, the more boring figuring this stuff out, have that happen off stream, and then come to stream with some fun. You're like, okay, I've proved that this is gonna work, so now let's do it, and wow, look at that UI, have that happen on stream. And that kind of happened with the Etch-a-Sketch bot, where like I made all the assets for like the corners of and the borders of the panel of the actual Etch-a-Sketch game. And I was like, okay, so I have an idea for how it's going to come together. I'm not sure how difficult it's going to be. We're going to put it in a CSS grid, a 3x3 grid, and ooh, that should handle resizing, and that'll be really funky to get working, and I think it'll look really cool. And after like 2 minutes, it worked. So like I did it on stream, be like, okay, this is what we're going to do today. We're going to see how to get this working. Oh, it works. Whoa. And it was a great moment of, there's the thing that I built, and I built it on stream. Look at that. But only like 2 minutes had passed. So that's like a difficulty with managing what happens on and off stream, is if I like do the proof of concept boring stuff off stream and wait for the fun stuff to happen on stream, there really might not be much that happens on stream. Which means that if I do more of the boring stuff on stream, which I guess is sort of what happened last time. In the last stream, for context, I was working on a new hook for the library called use size, which is basically a way for any component to be able to detect resizing of a DOM element, which is handy for a bunch of different reasons that I've already got plans for, such as for the light mode, dark mode toggle, I'm have a full page overlay that handles like cropping out, fading between the dark and the light mode, and for that I want to have an SVG that knows how big it has to be. So it needs to be able to detect how big the screen size is and detect changes to it. So that's an example of why I needed that hook. Also, the Etch-a-Sketch bot needed that. I think, in theory, needs that to know how big the center panel piece is, so that it, actually that will be extra useful now when I'm adding in bounds, because currently the Etch-a-Sketch can just go into like infinites. It can go off the page, and we need to clamp that to a certain point. So having the use size hook will help that happen. We'll be able to make sure that it keeps within the visible boundaries. Okay, I hadn't even thought about how useful that's going to be. So yeah, that's just like a really useful utility that was already sort of built in a previous hook I built called use truncate. So in theory, it was simple enough to implement, but it did effectively become an hour of refactoring really ugly code and explaining to my viewers what I was doing and why I was doing it, but trying to remember how all this stuff worked, and just copying and pasting code back and forth and looking at errors, and it just really wasn't the most exciting stream. I think I peaked at like 4 viewers though, which is like or like 4 chatters, which is like the highest I've had at any point. So maybe the boring shit is what works. But yeah, ultimately, I am not sure what the right balance between working off stream to get everything proven and exciting for the stream versus actually being able to work on a load of stuff on stream is. And we're just gonna have to play around with that. We're gonna see today if I do this sort of talking for a while, then going off programming, then talking for a while, then going off programming, how that works. Maybe that'll result in way more efficient coding sessions. Who knows? But yeah, I've been talking for, wow, 28 minutes. Well, including the like couple minutes at the start where I wasn't live. Let's say like 26 minutes, but oh, I'm impressed with myself. I am not usually a good communicator. Working on this should at least help. That's one thing one of the reasons that I'm doing this is to help my communication skills and just be able to like hold a conversation with myself. Just talk about nothing for ages. Because I very much have like, I was about to use the completely wrong idiom. Sheep in another clothes or something. Deer in headlights. I kind of get that, especially if my girlfriend like needs a distraction. If she's like bored or like in pain or something, she'll be like, tell me something. Just talk to me about anything. And I just shut down. Nothing is coming in or out of my brain. I'm like, what do I talk about? What do I talk about? What can I possibly talk about? What did you have for dinner today? Oh yeah, we had it together. I made it for you 20 minutes ago. What am I into? Video games? I could talk to her about video games. What video games exist? Skyrim? Oh, that one's so old. It's got to be more recent video games. I can't think of any. That's kind of my mind process anytime, my mental process anytime, Rosie asks me to talk about something. So that's partly, what I'm trying to get out of these streams is just be able to be better at talking. Which, talking for about half an hour, I'm impressed with myself. It seems to be the case already. But I think it's time to actually begin, because I've been broadcasting this as game development and software engineering, but it's just been a guy talking for half an hour. This might be against Twitch TOS. And I'm looking at myself in the display way too much. I should really be looking at the camera, but I haven't got my Elgato prompter yet. I'm not even able to pre-order one because the website just says out of stock. I think they'll be in stock in like end of February, March maybe. And then I'll be able to have my display up here. I'll be able to look right in the lens and not keep looking at myself over there. Anyway. Gotta clean up my desk a bit. I've got like 4 different drinking vessels, all blocking my stream deck. So the plan for today. Why is that camera not working? Did I just delete that source? Bear with me 1 second. Okay, the source wasn't deleted. It just somehow had been moved off the canvas. And now I need to rotate it. Oh, you would have thought I'd have sorted this before the stream, right? Rotate. Is that too bright? That exposure way too high? Of course it is. I'm a professional, goddammit. Lower that exposure. How's that? Not great. Not great. So that's too bright. Lower the brightness. Yeah, let's go with that. That'll be fine. Cool. So our plan for the day. Doing my daily ritual of transferring my handwritten plan into another handwritten plan. But it makes it feel like you guys are taking part in the planning process. Because we're brainstorming here. Come on, let's figure this out together. Even though I've already figured it out over here. Okay. So what we're going to do. I'm going to figure out SVG scaling. That's what that says. I keep doing this thing where even though this is like too far to the left of the display or of the camera, it's way over here. I'm exclusively writing on the left side of it. So I'm really not utilizing any of this. Screw it. I'll do the next bullet point over here then, will I? SVG scaling, I'll explain what that means in a bit. But there's 2 places in the app where I am not scaling, where I'm sort of stretching SVGs and I want them to be scaling but not stretching the contents. We'll explain. So that's the first thing I'm going to look at. I think it's going to be short, but it's just something I kind of want to figure out because I tried to implement it last time and it didn't work. So we're just going to figure that one out. And we're just going to drop a ×2 because there's 2 places that need that. The main thing I want to work on today is playing around with the new dark mode toggle. And I've foregone the idea of using the bullet point there. New dark mode toggle. Underline new 3 times. Because it's not the new dark mode toggle I made 3 days ago. No, not that one. It's the new dark mode toggle that I had the idea of making 2 days ago. Hold on to your pants. So we've got that. That's going to be the main thing today. I could see that taking up the entire stream. Because there's a lot to that, both in just like proof of concept, getting the absolute bare, like, does this rough idea work? Yes? Okay. And now actually using it in a bunch of interesting, cool ways. So that one could just be big. That could span a bunch of different streams. We've got a few little minor things we could dabble with. So one thing that I want to play with at some point is having a nicer text input. I said that weird. Text input within the Etch-a-Sketch panel. I'm just going to keep calling it Etcha. That's the nickname I've been using. Catchy, right? Etch-a-Sketch text input. And that is just going to be sticking some styling on a text input that's currently rendering inside the Etch-a-Sketch. Because currently it's just like a placeholder, just a HTML input tag. You know what they look like, kind of rounded edges, a little white background, black text, really basic. Because we need a text input to be able to type what channel you want to monitor. But I want it to look interesting. So what I want to see is how much can we make it look like content that would be drawn on an Etch-a-Sketch. As in, I want to see about making the letters all underlined, because that would sort of make it look like they're all joined up, you know? I want to make it bigger. I want to make it blockier. Might need a new font for that. We'll see. It might be worth importing my code font, because I have a monospace font that I'm supposed to use for my branding. So we might import that in there. I'll just put a little footer in there. Mono font. And I want to put as another little like nice to have, might work on today, is implementing Etch-a bounds. By which I mean the thing I was talking about earlier, about how the Etch-a-Sketch component, while it currently allows you to draw onto the screen, over here, oh, can you see how much of an artist I am? Went so outside the lines, I actually went off of my drawable area and just drew straight onto plastic. So what am I talking about? Is currently the line starts up here. Users can draw down, right, blah, 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 up. But there is no logic to stop it going into negatives or to stop it going outside of the available area. So if the line is here and a user types up, it'll just go off the page. It won't render, but it'll just keep going up and up if they wanted to. And so I just need to apply some clamping there, just to make sure that like if a new command comes in and we're already at 0, do nothing. If a new command comes in to go up and we're at 0. And similarly, if you're down here, new command comes in and we're already at the max height, the available height, do nothing. Should be straightforward enough. In that same vein of clamping the bounds though, there is also something that I want to play around with, and screw it, I'll put it down here as a final little potential to work on. Move start point for the Etch-a-Sketch. And by that, what I mean is, so this start point, I said, it's currently starting up here. I'll do it away from this stuff to explain what I mean. So say if the start point is there. Previously, I did a nice bit of conditional rendering to make it so that, like previously, it rendered nothing if there was a single point, because the way the SVG renders, if you've got 2 points, it draws a line between them. But if you've just got a single point, there's no line to be drawn. So I put a little bit of conditional rendering in there, where if we've only got the start point and nothing else, instead of drawing a line, draw a circle on that start point so that you can actually see where you'll be starting on the canvas. But we don't want every drawing to always start from the same point. In fact, we probably want to change the start point to be centered on the canvas, or maybe like centered down here or something to keep things a bit interesting. Maybe we'll randomize it. That could be fun. Randomizing the start point for every new instance. But what I want to do is add the ability to drag and drop the start point. So, you hover over it and maybe like a little, ooh, this is grabbable interaction hover event happens, like a little glow. You click it and you can pop it up here. And then at the point that you see that the difficulty with that is not just the movement part, which should be easy enough with the use move hook that I've already got in the library. It's the fact that we're going to need a new state for the game. Because currently the way the game works, if you're at this screen, then lines can already be drawn. If you're at this screen, the bot is intercepting messages and the game is being played. So what we're going to have to do is have it be that if you're at this start point, nothing is happening. If you're repositioning the start position, that nothing actually is being intercepted from the chat until you maybe click like a big start button that appears on the panel, or maybe the little knob. I'm currently using the knobs as like back and forward buttons, so maybe I'll have the right button be the start game button. It might be a bit clunky because people might not realize that. I might need to like draw their attention to it somehow. Just adding an extra click might not be great, but it's something to think about. So this is our plan for the day. I'm going to start with this SVG scaling task, hopefully be pretty quick. Then maybe take a little break, chat a little bit, and then we'll go to the main task for the day, the new dark mode toggle, revolutionizing dark modes for the entire internet. And I refuse to do any research to see if anyone else is already doing that. Because it doesn't matter if anyone else is doing it. I want to do it. It's not just about this thing existing, it's about this thing existing that I've built. That's what this whole library is about. Reinventing wheels when I'm the wheel. Reinventing wheels with me as the wheel manufacturer. That's what LocalBoast is. Nobody clip this. That is something I do need to do, as well as changing my focus. That is something I do need to do for the channel as a whole, and the website, and everything, is to have sort of a mission statement. Because I've got a few jokey bits out there, like, ooh, need these random things? Maybe this library can sometimes do that, or it could someday do that. But it's not exactly saying what it is, or what it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be, but I have a bit of an idea, and I don't know if that idea is really conveyed anywhere. So what I'm thinking of doing is making sort of like an introductory video, like, welcome to the channel, this is what LocalBoast is, video. That could potentially also be on the README for the GitHub page, because I do want the GitHub and YouTube and stuff to like coexist. That's one of the fundamental things that I've wanted to do with this, is to have like the YouTube videos there as sort of a video documentation for the GitHub repo, and have the videos be like, here's an interesting thing, here's the thing that I built, want to see the code? Look at the GitHub repo, and they'll just sort of piggyback off each other. There, that's my mission statement. Clip it. Okay. So we'll start into some actual code then, will we? So, what I was doing the last day, just gonna get these in place, make sure that the code is actually running, which it's not. I'm not gonna update my terminal because that will slow everything down. Apologies for not having my dev environment set up prior to starting. And also apologies for doing this in a different window, so you can't even see what I'm working on. God, I'm such a bad streamer. So, what am I working on? Yarn dev over there. Cool. I have uncommitted changes. So what I did here was just for like a proof of concept, I added just a link on the Etch-a-Sketch page that said LocalBoast to take it to the homepage of the website. I don't hate it though. I think I'm just going to leave it there for now. Add link to home in Etch-a-Sketch. I just give it a different name every time I reference the Etch-a-Sketch. So what was I doing over here? So I think this is to do with what we're playing around with now. So I'm not going to commit that. And this was about having a loading state when we are auto reconnecting, because that's one of the things that we did last time based on a viewer suggestion and also a viewer pull request, was that on the Etch-a-Sketch panel, he noted that we're connecting with WebSockets, but a WebSocket can automatically disconnect, or if your internet connection drops, the WebSocket will disconnect. And since the Etch-a-Sketch bot is sort of meant to be a passive thing that you might have, you know, on a OBS overlay while you're off to the bathroom or something. And in general, bots, you don't want to have to be overseeing its connection. So he suggests adding an auto reconnect, and he did a basic implementation of it. And in the last stream, I reviewed that implementation, committed it in, and also extended upon it with some extra safety, some bug fixing, and improving user experience, such as adding, making it so that the loading state of the Etch-a-Sketch page fires in when we are auto reconnecting, to just improve the visibility and stuff with that. So that's what this is. So I'll commit that away. Make show loader when reconnecting Etch-a. Cool. So what I want to work on now, and yes, I will keep speaking like this. What I want to work on now is figuring out how SVG resizing works. So the problem that I'm trying to fix, here is my original implementation for a potential new way of doing dark mode, light mode switching. Whoa. See the way it did like a cutout and expanded to reveal the new setting underneath? Doesn't look great. Definitely did not look great, because it's doing some weird filter stuff to invert the colors, and the animations aren't timing properly, so it's like fading out too early or too late, and it's also not reaching the edge of the page. But that's where that's at. But one of the problems that I'm having with it that I want to just understand for myself and also fix for the next solution we're going to be working on is the fact that this overlay, if you can tell, it's an oval. The cutout. It's an oval. And it's not supposed to be an oval. I've defined that cutout, and I'll show you it in the code. Dark mode animation. It's here. That's defined here as a circle. But that's not a circle. I mean, it is, but it's a stretched circle. So what I want to figure out is what I'm doing wrong, and find some way to have the SVG fill the page, but for the circle in the SVG not to resize depending on the page size. So the reason I thought that wasn't working was that I originally had, where was it? What was it? I'm so good at typing on this keyboard. I originally had this written as something like this. Viewbox starting at 0, 0 with width and height. Width and height. Width and height. I can't say those words apparently. With the W axis and the H axis both being 100. And my understanding of SVGs is that when you do that, you're specifying that the SVG's bounds, that everything drawn within is starting off from a base canvas, basically, of like a square, 100 by 100. And then you can make that SVG whatever size you want. You can stretch it horizontally, you can stretch it vertically, but that because you've defined it as a square, all the contents are going to be drawn within that square. And so by stretching it horizontally, all of the contents are going to get stretched horizontally. So I'm pretty sure that's what was happening here, where I bumped the mic. I'm pretty sure that's what was happening here, where my circle was becoming a stretched oval. So I thought I was going to fix that with this change down here, where I have basically the same declaration, but instead of using the fixed size of 100, 100, it's using values coming from size.width and size.height, which are coming from the use size hook that we built the last day. So that's where we sort of ended with this stuff the last day. We had implemented use size. We had chucked it on here. We proved that it was working by sticking a console log there. So if we look at the logs, I resize the page, and we can see 6,148 is too big. That's incorrect. My monitor is not that big. Aspect ratio is correct though, which is very confusing. Okay. That's weird. I'm gonna refresh the page. See what it says. Okay. 1537, 525. That's what I would expect it to be. Okay. Ooh, I have no idea why it was saying those massive values before, but let's just pretend that it never said that and get on with our lives. But either way, we can see that the height and the width are being set to the actual bounds of this thing, that like this is about 3 times as wide as it is tall. And let's see if I look at the SVG, which is overlaying down here. Where is it? I'm confused. There's my SVG. Okay, I was looking at the resize triggers. That makes sense. Here's my SVG, and it's got a view box of... It's using the big values, but it's still the right aspect ratio, I think. So it's not a 1x1 SVG. So in theory, everything defined inside should be drawn on a canvas of that aspect ratio. So I don't know why it's being stretched still. So what I'm going to do is see if I can make that animation, just like hard code it to always be visible here. Going to try to remember where that happens. So animate So I need the opacity to go up and the transform to get bigger. So on the container bit, which is this guy, I think. Nope, this guy. Opacity 0. Right. And there's my transform. It's massive. So if I give it a scale of 1. Cool. So I can see my circle there is getting stretched really wide. Because this container is like 4 times as wide as it is tall. The circle is being stretched that wide as well. But why? That's what I need to understand. This is like just basic understanding of SVGs, I think. That's what I'm missing here. So we're just going to figure this out together. So let's see, is this what's hurting me? No. Here, where we're giving it width 100, height 100. Is this what's hurting me? No. If I make the view box smaller, that does change the SVG contents. Is that what I'd expect? No, it's not. I think there's a... Is this what's going on? Here where I'm saying object bounding box. If I get rid of that. And I just have a circle. Why is that not visible on the page now? I'm going to refresh. Path, units, object, bounding box. Because basically my understanding is that this was I think that might have actually been making it stretch. I think. But now it's just not working at all. The clip path simply is not there. What are my options for clip path units? User space on use. Right. Okay. So the default value is user space on use. So I feel like that should be correct. What if I simply draw the circle? So we've got our opacity 0. And our transform is all massive. So this, in theory, should be here. Okay. So that is there. And it's clipping with this guy. And is he just massive? What if I give him a width? Like if I give him actual dimensions? I don't think circle can do that. Oh, no. That was always there. This is frustrating. Interesting that I don't think I've had even as much as a single viewer this whole time. Normally there'd be like people dipping in and out. Weird. People don't want to see a guy in a shirt, clearly. The shirt is what's killing me. Gotta go topless. Next stream. Topless. Yeah, I really don't have a good understanding of SVGs. It's good for me to learn, but probably not on stream. So if I swap this back to what it was, object bounding box. Does it instantly start working? It does. See, I worked so hard. Oh, I worked so hard the last day to get a mask within an SVG to stretch to the thing it was clipping. And now I need the opposite to happen. Was it down here where we're setting preserve aspect ratio to none? Just getting rid of that do anything? What if I get rid of both of these things? And try that out. No, it's just not there anymore. I'm very confused by that. What are the options for preserve aspect ratio? Fun looking at doc stream, huh? Oh yeah, this is the one that has a bunch of different permutations for the options that it could be. How an element with a view box providing a given aspect ratio must fit into a viewport with a different aspect ratio. What's the default? Default X mid, Y mid, meet. Don't know what that means. So what if I define this circle and it's not a clip path? How does this look? Okay. What? I'm very confused by that. Making it so that it's not a clip path. Oh, right. It's targeting a thing that doesn't exist. I'm really not sure. But either way, it's stretching. That's one thing. That's one thing we can be certain of. Is whatever is being clipped is being stretched. Oh, okay. So it's what was happening there is the overlay itself was resizing. So it wasn't getting clipped. Mm-hmm. So the thing that's resizing here is the overlay. That's not what I want, right? I want the SVG to resize. Because with the new solution, the overlay is going to be like a duplicate of the DOM instance. So I'm going to have to refactor some of this to change these style animations to target something different. Because currently it's happening to the container, which is this guy. And he's what's being clipped. We want to keep him as what's being clipped. But I want to be switching the animation to be the SVG that's changing. I don't necessarily know if that's going to fix our issue with the scaling, but I'm realizing that is a problem with what we've got right now in terms of making it work for the future solution. So this opacity can stay part of the container. The backdrop filter can stay part of the container. But the transition and transform, do you know what, that needs to be part of the container. And we need to make a separate one for the SVG. So SVG transition value is going to be, do we have a ref for the SVG? We don't. Ref equals, so we're getting a ref to this SVG element. SVG ref, I hate that, current equals ref. So now we need to make SVG ref as a part of this hook, or of this component, sorry. Const SVG ref equals use ref of type SVG element, SVGA element? What the hell is that? Or null, and default it to null. So now down here, SVG ref dot current. I need to, because TypeScript thinks that it can be null, it's always going to think it can be null. So I'm just going to make sure that if SVG ref dot current, if we don't have a value for that, just exit. There shouldn't be any way that it is null at this point, but just because TypeScript knows that it at some point in its life might be null, it'll keep complaining if we assume that it's not null. So SVG ref dot current, we can start referencing. So we're getting the transition. And now we're overriding that SVG transition value because we don't want it to animate to the starting point, which is why I'm clearing out the transition value and resetting it to the start points, then giving it its transition value back so that we can trigger an animation. So I'm clearing that off, and down here, I'm gonna put that back to what it needs to be. Close that. It exists. Let's assume it exists. Oh, screw it. I'll put a condition on it because there might be a timing that it doesn't exist. SVG ref.current. So we're resetting it after we've done all the stuff to it. Shouldn't we be... Oh, I might have just broken that with how I reordered it. Those should be the first thing that happens, because we need to set it to have a transition value before changing the value. That's the whole point of what we've been doing here. So just SVG transition value. Nope. It should be SVG ref.current.style.transition. So we've cleared out its transition, and now we can actually change stuff about it. Get viewport dimensions. What is this about? So we don't need this, right? We're getting this from the use size thing. We've got size here. Const. I'm just going to persist it into a use updating ref so that we can access it from anywhere. Size ref. I do need to look into why the size is getting massive sometimes. We've got that. So we no longer need this. Size ref.current. You know what? I'm gonna also put a check for this in here. I don't know why it would be null, but just in case. Size ref dot current dot height. So this is the new translate for the SVG. Does that make sense? So if the SVG is up at the top left of the page, if it's centered, actually no, if it's centered at 0, 0, it'd be there. So we no longer need to inset it from the page dimensions, right? Because previously I was doing it that like if we wanted to center it, we'd have to shift the entire page over by half of the page. Is the SVG happening in the middle of the canvas? Is that the problem? Yeah, I think it might be. Okay, so I think we might still need this then. So the SVG, the circle is drawing in here, the middle of the canvas. So we need to move it over by half the screen width and scrap half the screen height to get it up here. And then we're insetting it to wherever the click happens. So that's still doing that. And that makes sense. Just getting horrible interference in my earphones. Feels like there's a little like animal in my left ear cup rubbing up against it. So it's not anything to do with the wires. Just having noise cancelling on my headphones is making this horrible scratchy noise as though there's like a little critter in the ear pad. Okay, it's not doing it anymore. It's never done that before in all the years I've had it. Okay. They're working. I feel like it's still doing it a little bit. But I'm going to pretend it's not a thing. Okay, so what were we doing? So here I was changing the container transform. And this is what I'm going to stop doing now. I'm going to switch this over to be SVG ref.current. So this is where we're changing the SVGs transform. It's fucked. My headphone is just making the weirdest fucking noise. These are my glasses. Might have been my glasses. Affecting the... Oh, I don't know. No, stop talking about it. Stop thinking about it. Because you guys can't hear what the hell's going on in my ears, but it's so weird. It's like if you could imagine like a little mouse. It's just like rubbing the little hairs inside your ear. Just... That's happening in my ear right now. There isn't a little mouse there, but it sounds like it. It's getting so bad. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of the headphones. Screw it. Maybe they're overheating or something. Give me 1 second to get these working. Okay. We're all good. I haven't got the lovely noise cancelling anymore. I can hear myself mumbling in my ears a lot more. But we're just going to have to live with this. I'm going to stick with one of them because it makes the mumbling less bad. Oh, I'm so good at sound engineering. I'm going to die. Anyway, maybe someday I'll fix this tiny little issue that I wanted to start off with. So we're setting the SVG refs transform over here, calling reset container styles. Wonder, does this need to be updated at all? Changing the backdrop filter and the opacity. No, that's fine. Reset container styles. Okay, so over here, we're putting the transition value back. And here is where we're setting the scale up to 4. That's how it was doing before, but this just needs to be, instead of container, it needs to be svg ref.current. There. So this, I think, is just complaining because it needs my updating ref, which is not an issue to optimization, but it's just a minor inconvenience because of the way use updating ref is written. So does this work in the slightest? Have I completely broken it? What changes did I make to the SVG down here? So that's still there, but I got rid of this. What was this value? Because we needed that for it to work at all, apparently. Clip path units. There you go. So maybe this will work now. Oh. Kinda. That's not what's meant to happen. That's not how it's meant to look. Oh. Sorry, I've got a happy little friendly dog down here. Don't know where she came from. I think she's a bit shy. She doesn't want to be on camera today, but she does want to play a bit. just got this pheasant toy. I need to stress that it is a toy. It's not a real pheasant. But don't tell her that. Shh. That's another trick I want to start doing, is just exploiting my dog for viewers. So look forward to seeing and hearing about more from her. Okay. So why is it doing this? It's as if my delaying of the transition is simply not working. So where am I changing the scale? Aha, okay. Yeah, that'd be kind of important. I was setting the style of one element to the style of another. That was always going to be a bit buggy. I'm not showing my screen. God, Diglett. There you go. Yeah, basically I had this set here. I was setting the SVG ref.current to be the style of the container.current, which was not intentional. So, still seems broken. Weird. Weird that that typo was not the cause of the bug at all. Okay, so it's just not moving it at all. And I want to understand that. So where is our SVG? Because like it could just be that I have a typo or something, or yeah, so here's the SVG. It is getting the translate call, but it's just not translating. Oh, is this now a case of I'm setting object bounding box? I want to get rid of that, right? I don't understand why I need that. Why that is so required for any of this to work. That's really frustrating. Because my understanding is we're just rendering an SVG on the page. And we're resizing the SVG. And there's a circle in the SVG that should be cutting out our overlay. And I don't understand why this clip path is like massive. Is it because the scale is 4? If I turn the scale back down to 1, get rid of this opacity. Oh, just remembered something. I have not actually set a transform or a transition value on the SVG at all. Bear with me 1 second. I need to see if Rosie can take the dog out. Yeah, as well as trying to manage this stream as like as my new full-time job. I've got a very needy dog that needs to be taken out like 4 times a day, and we're in an apartment building, so that's a whole thing. And my partner Rosie is struggling with like fatigue, constant tiredness, and she's trying to remedy that and just recover a bit. But it does mean that extra responsibility on me. So I'm hoping she's able to take the dog out. Anyway, back to the code for now. So yeah, this might just be a case that I'm spending the whole day trying to just understand how the hell SVGs work. So for my own understanding, I'm going to do that thing I did earlier, where I just switch this to be a straight up circle rendered on the screen. No clip paths being considered. It breaks. Need to refresh the page for some reason. But there's my SVG. And I'm not sure why. Oh, because it doesn't have the filter applied. Backdrop filter. Let's try that again. Backdrop filter. Invert. Cool. And we didn't even need that, do we? Here's our SVG. It's filling the page. Here's a circle in it. Nothing's being drawn. Fill. Oh my god. I really don't like Firefox debugging. Fill. Black. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it's gone. I don't know why this SVG that we're rendering here is just not visible. Background black. Okay, so it's not like off the screen or anything. It's there. Oh, I'm doing relative units. That's why it's going so small. Make this 50, 50, 50. Now we're actually rendering something. And it's not stretching. Cool. That's what it was. So let's see if I put this back up here and I get rid of the clip path units. Maybe this will actually start working now. $50, $50, $50. Okay. I think that's what I wanted to see. It's not animating, but it is doing the cutout with a fixed aspect ratio. That's good, I think. So what if I can I make this 100%? Does this take percent? Probably not, right? So I can do that. I can give this 50%. 50%. Now it'll be on the middle of the screen. No? Why is it that 100% works but 50% doesn't? What about 0%? If I just give it 0, 0. Will it be pinned to the top left of the screen? No. The radius is 50%. Will this work at all? It did. But what is it 50% of? Oh, but it's stretching. It's stretching weirdly though. Yeah, it's like, it's not stretching depending on what I've done with the screen, but it's like always a bit of a vertical oval. Is it because of this? Because these aren't the same? Is it possible that that is a uniform circle? Anyway, if I make it 100%, let's try 50%, 50%. It'd be great if this stuck a circle in the middle of the screen that filled the height and the width. That would make me so happy. I feel like it's not gonna work. Okay. Interesting. So we're getting there. 50%, 50% does seem to get me what I want of having it being centered. And I think that's a uniform circle. We're getting there. We're getting there. What if I animate the OR value? That's less universal, so it'd be harder to apply it to other animations. If I just have it be, so if it's 100%, it's completely covering the viewport. So that's why it looks like this. So 100% might just be the end goal. If I have it at 90, is it like... No, at 90 even, it's like completely filling the page. So I really wonder what that percentage unit for circles is. SVG circle. Let's see if it documents percentages anywhere here. It's allowed to be a percentage. So this is specifically percentages for SVGs. What does it say? The definition of number depends on whether the percentage is specified in a style sheet or an attribute that is not approved. Are alls relative to another value? Don't know what value though. Because like, if this is a radius of 50, I would expect that to mean a diameter of 100%. And yet, it's not filling horizontally and it's exceeding the vertical. What if I like zoom way out? What does it do then? Okay, so the zoom level has no impact on it. What if I resize the viewport to be like a square? Okay. So that's interesting. So if the viewport is a perfect square, then this circle is a perfect square at 50%. So if I make this 75%, I think I need to refresh the page. No, even 75% is enough. Am I just like not understanding how circles fill the area of a square? Is there like a point around like 70 where it would inevitably fill the square? Yeah, okay, so we can see that it's like just rounding the corners there a bit. So 75 could be our max radius. And that will fill any viewport. Yeah, seems to. Okay. Cool. So if we keep this at 70, I'm just going to stick a little documentation. Or 75% radius, enough to completely fill viewport. So it's not animating the scale, and I'm not sure why. That should be happening here. Taking SVG ref, transform value, and replacing the current scale with a scale of 4. Does it not have a current scale value? It should do, because of this. We're scaling it to 0. So what if I just inspect the SVG while this is happening? There you go. So I would expect to see some transform stuff coming in here. It's going to 4. And I think it's going right to 4. And it's staying at 4. But it doesn't need to go all the way to 4, right? Because we've set the size to always fill the viewport. So the scale can be 1 as the end goal. Start at 0. And there's never a point in the animation that it's not going right there. And it's because we haven't added a transition to it. That makes sense. Style, transition, transform. You know what? I'm going to define this up top. SVG start transition, because these like how the transitions are defined, it's like in a few places, and it would be handy to keep this together. So const SVG start transition equals transform 2 seconds ease. Okay. And I'll do the same for this one. Container start transition. So now our transitions are defined together, so it'll be a bit easier to keep track of them, a bit easier to make them interpolated, what have you. I really want this to start working so I can go reward myself with a coffee. Okay. Okay. It's okay. It's okay that it's not working. You hear me? It's okay. It's not okay. So yeah, the scale is never appearing to be anything other than 1. So I think it's at the point of sticking a debugger in. All right, does it have an animation? Did that work? Ow. Just a surprise, a sneak attack from the dog. Coming up and scratching my shoulder. Want to get up? Okay, So I'm going to be programming this with one hand while playing fetch with the other hand. Does the actual SVG have a transition attribute? It does. It's transitioning the transform. 2 seconds. Let's see if let's just mess around with the transition while we're here. Okay, so opacity, I'll set it to full. It's clipping based on this. And the transform, the scale is too big. I set the scale to 0. Nothing happens. I have no idea why. I have no idea why. Does scaling an SVG not change the size of it? Did you see my text? Oh. Did you? Oh, thank you. This is really confusing. Because it's clipping based on this clip path. So if this is 1, the SVG should be massive. So this overlay should be getting clipped by it. Oh, something just animated there. Okay. So we can see it is doing transition of some sort. But that transition just isn't impacting the clipping. Because our SVG is here. And we've got a circle defined in there. Here's my layer that should be getting clipped by this guy. And there's that. There that is. It's really frustrating. And it's extra annoying that the SVG is not rendering anything, so it's hard to inspect it. So I'm going to just stick, as well as the clip path, I'm just going to stick a circle in there that's of this same size. Fill blue. Okay. I should have seen this coming. Opacity 0.1. Style. SVGs, I imagine, don't intercept pointer events anyway, right? Okay. So we can see it. The SVG is growing, but not as big as it should be. Which is weird. Okay, so there's our SVG. I don't know why it's that small. moving it. Does that make sense? Damn. Okay. So the size is wrong because we're moving it. So if the max is a scale of 2, then that at least covers us, right? Just going to copy this and see, is it transitioning from what I'd expect it to? Okay. Sure, kind of. So this is kind of right. But why is it a square? The SVG is resizing, but the circle... The circle is bigger than the SVG. The circle cannot exceed the bounds of the SVG or it'll get cut off. So the circle has to be 50 and no more. Wait. No. That's still correct. What am I doing? So if I move this to 1, we can play around with how to make this work. This is painful. This is so fucking painful. Transform scale 1. Okay. So how do I make the circle in here not exceed its bounds? I go 25. Why is it stretching? Okay. It's resizing at least. Okay, good. The use size hook is telling the SVG what the new size it should be is. That works. That makes sense. And it's fine that there's a bit of a delay to it. I think that's fine. Is it fine? Should I put a change here? Or am I use size? Is use size automatically debouncing? Debounce MS. We're not passing anything in. So it shouldn't be debouncing. Oh well. Okay. Oh, yeah, thank God no one's watching this stream. This is a bad stream. Worst stream of the year. So, yeah, if it's like this, then it's completely off. I don't know what the hell this percentage thing even is. Honestly, I have no clue what this percentage is. Because if this SVG is set to a scale of 1, cool. So there it is. I can see it in the inspector. 1458 by 458. And that's the view box I've given it. What about preserve aspect ratio? Is that killing me? Because we tried getting rid of that earlier and it did nothing, but that was before I understood getting the other stuff working. No. Didn't change a goddamn thing. So there's my circle. There it is, exceeding the bounds. So what even is this percentage? What? If I tell the circle to be 50% radius, what does that mean? Because here's this circle is, it's 1080 by 1080, which means that the radius is 540 pixels. The radius is 540. And sorry, if the radius is 50% and that's coming in at 540, then it's 50% of 1080. So what the hell is 1080? What is that number? Nothing. Because the SVG doesn't have a dimension of 1080. SVG percentage of what? It's relative to the SVG coordinate system size. The size defined by the view box of the nearest ancestor. SVG coordinates as percentage. The SVG canvas didn't have a native scaling set, which changed when the client window resized. Here's a JS fiddle. I love clicking onto like JS fiddles and answers and going deeper with something when you're pretty sure it's not even the problem you're having. I don't think this relates to me at all. The definition of number depends on whether the percentage is specified in a style sheet or in an attribute that is not also a presentation attribute. I forgot to turn on the fan. I thought of fans because my laptop fans are going like crazy. But yeah, my camera needs its own fan or else it'll overheat. Whew. Getting all hot and bothered. The shirt's coming undone. Because this just makes no sense. The viewbox should have no scaling to it because I've given it. Sorry, the SVG should have no scaling because I've given it a view box of 1458 and that's the width that it is. If I just get rid of width and height of 100%, does that change anything? No. So shortening this height, yeah, it does nothing. It does nothing. It was only moving the thing. Changing the width was also not changing the size of the circle, I think. So what the hell is this percentage? But it kind of is, though. Yeah, it sort of is, but not much. What in the goddamn does 50% radius even mean? %50 of what? Is it my entire display? It fucking is, isn't it? Trying to see what impacts the size of this SVG. Because see, like, moving this around does impact it, but just nowhere near as much as I think it should. It gets wider there, and then a bit narrower, but just a bit. If I go in here, this should make it easier to test. What is this weird scaling it's got going? Because like when I make it a square, it fills the square. That's what 50% does. A radius of 50% is a diameter of 100%, therefore it perfectly fills the square. So why does stretching it horizontally make this happen? SVG circle radius percentage broken. So OR is not changeable through CSS, but I don't think that matters to me. Should I just stop using a circle? I saw someone say something about border radius here. I could do it with a square. And I think squares are going to be less weird about percentages and radius. Let's see. Rect. What does it take? X and Y? X. No. What the hell does rect take? SVG rect. Width and height. It also takes an X and a Y. And I can round it to make it into a circle. Interesting. Rect X. Let's see if I can give it 50%. Y equals 50%. And BOR, is that what it was called? Or X. Or X. 50%. Screw it. Let's see how that works. I suppose it needs a width and a height, right? This is 100%. And height is 100%. And I'm just gonna stick that same thing down here so I can see what that actually looks like outside of the clipping path. SVGs are so much fun. Oh, aren't they so much fun? Aren't they just so much fun? What the hell is this? What am I looking at? That's meant to be a square with rounded corners. If I just get rid of this X and Y so it doesn't get inset. So we've just got a height and width. And screw it, get rid of RX as well. Why is it looking like this? That's just supposed to be a square. Okay. I don't know if that's being clipped weirdly. Maybe it is, because the SVG is clipping itself. Is that how that works? Probably is. That's probably what's happening. Goddamn. Okay. So there's my SVG. Come on, render normally, please. Right, okay, so we've got a full screen thing. I don't know how to keep it uniform. It would be great. It would be great if I could keep it uniform. Okay, is that how I do it? Height and width are going to be the max dimension of our size. And that's how we'll do it. Math.max size.height size.width. And we need to have defaults. Size. Nope. Not size 100. Otherwise, that. So it should, yep, be a square that fills the screen, but it just fills the screen. And now if I resize the SVG, we should just see it getting cut off. Transform, scale, 0, transform, scale, 1. Cool. That's not a square. That was a rectangle. Because, oh, it's the max. So it's going bigger than the SVG. So the SVG is clipping it. Oh my God. So it has to be the min. So if we use the minimum. Is that right? So now there should be a square on the screen. Yep. We've drawn a square on the screen. Great. We've done it. Ship it. Okay, it's progress. This is progress. So now do I need to see about centering this? If I could center this square on the SVG, then everything would be fine. Oh, no. I need the SVG to be able to scale, to by default be a big enough scale that it fills the screen with its smallest dimension. And how do I do that? No idea. Style transform is scale size math dot. So what I need be scaling it up so that the smallest dimension fills the biggest dimension. How do I do that? I take the bigger dimension and divide it by the smaller dimension. Math.max size.height size.width. Transform is if not size undefined, else this, and divide it by math.min size.height size.width. So now the SVG by default will be scaled big enough that a uniform square contained within it fills the screen. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know why it's doing this. So it is scaling. It's scaling correctly. Don't know why it's gone off the screen though. Is this guy being moved? No. Translate. Whoa. Translate 0, 0. 500. 5,000. Doesn't like it. 500 pixels. Yeah, so I have no idea why it getting bigger would make it go off to the left. Let's think about this for a moment. So we've got a box. We've got a wide box. And we've got a square inside that box. Now we're taking that box and making it bigger. Making it bigger that way. I would expect this square to get bigger that way. And yet it's going off the page. have no idea. No idea. Do you know why I have no idea? Because it doesn't make any sense. It's simply wrong. Now let's take another look at it, please. So this is my custom override. If I make it small enough, it goes completely off the page. Our SVG is still here. If I move this, transform, translate 10 pixels. Yes, we can see the SVG is there. It's capped at the left side of the page. But if we scale it, scale 0. Okay, this should be our insight. It's scaling from the right-hand side. I'm going to give it a background color. Color, blue. It's not scaling from the right-hand side. There's our whole SVG. It's centered on the page, which I think makes sense. It's centered on the page. And it's resizing like that. Right. So that's why resizing further is shoving the thing off the page. So if we make it not centered on the page, then it'll be top left aligned and growing. We'll grow the block out. So how do we do that? I don't know why it's centered on the page anyway to begin with. Got a div around it, but I'm not sure why. Do I need this div? That is for us to get the size. Okay. It's fair enough. That is fair enough. That is perfectly fine. That's fair enough. What's impressive is that I have not seen the view counter go above 1, and I am that 1. We might, on this stream, hit a perfect average viewership of 1, which means at no point has anyone tuned in or out. That'll be momentous and bad for my metrics. This was meant to be a quick little thing to play with. I've been on for over an hour and a half now. I still feel like I'm nowhere near done with it. Programming is so fun, especially CSS stuff and just animations and SVGs. They just do what you want them to, don't they? Okay. So how do I center this SVG in the container? I'm going to set the scale to 0.5. so that we can see where it is. I'm going to get rid of this little translate here. I just make this guy display flex. Justify flex start. Nope. Align items. Flex start. Nope, none of this is happening. Because the height and the width is filling. Right. Height and the width is filling the thing. So it's resizing there. I wonder, does CSS allow you to change the resize point? CSS transform scale origin. Transform origin. Transform origin center is the default, and I can change it to top left. Awesome. Transform origin top. It's not meant to have a hyphen. Top left. Okay, so now if I get rid of this, the black fills the screen. Whew. Okay, awesome. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Calm down. Calm down. We're getting there. Form origin top left. I bet it's going to break a bunch of other stuff I haven't thought of. But there's my SVG. Yeah, and I'm not respecting this at any point, am I? Or this new scale value. Yeah, so if here... I don't need it to have a transform by default. Only when animating. Animate. Boom. Setting to 0. And then over here, setting to 1. But what I should be setting it to is that size ref. Okay, size ref dot current. Come on, don't make me put in another early exit. Size ref dot current. And size ref dot current. Okay. Right. I don't want to be rendering that rect down here. Anyway. If I move this over here, is this what I'd expect? It's not what I'd expect. Is that what you'd expect? Because that's not what I'd expect. So our rect is not resizing at all. Which means that this thing over here isn't working. It's not being set to 0. It's not going there. I'm gonna be right back because I'm going to put the ducks on the TV so the dog calms down. I'm gonna pour myself a coffee and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Gonna have a lovely little break doing all that. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. You stay tight. You sit tight and stay good. Stay golden. And I'm back from that brief little break. Completely cleared my head and completely figured out what I was doing wrong with the code. Absolutely. I know 100% of what I need to do now. And now watch me completely fluently go and implement this thing without stopping. Just absolute flow. Right, yeah, that's where I was hung up. So the square is not animating at all. So the SVG style, or the SVG is not resizing. Why? There's our SVG. It's getting a scale. Scale, I think, is being set to 0, but I think this bit is breaking. Oh yeah, I was going to debugger it. That's what I was going to do. Okay. Why does this not look right when I'm like, there's my sources. Christ. Okay. So new translate. Sit. Sit. Oh. Stop. Just a bit of tough love with a tough dog to love. That's a lie. She's the easiest dog in the world to love. She's just so very needy. And needs a lot of love. More than I have. Okay. So the translate is happening. It's being moved off screen. Do we still even want it to be doing that? I don't know. I don't know. But I don't think that's our problem. We've got that, and we've got a scale. So I'm setting that. I have set that, and it's not broken. I can inspect it. It's got a translate, and it's got a scale. There's no transition set, though. Did I get rid of that? No. Transition is set here. Right? Because I've gotten rid of the transition so that it doesn't animate into this state. Cool. Cool. Now we're here. Why would it be that size right now? So here's our SVG. And its scale is this size. So why would a thing that's getting clipped to our SVG, does the clip path not scale with its SVG? Reserve aspect ratio none? Is that what it is? Yeah, okay, cool. Just checking that the dog's snarling is coming through on the microphone. Good to know. Good to know. Sorry for the impromptu chair stream. Dog took it out of me a little bit. And just the code is not working. It's really frustrating me. Okay. So our problem is I'm clipping a thing based on a clip path defined within an SVG. And I'm scaling that SVG up and down to animate the clipping. And for some reason, scaling the SVG down to 0 is not changing the size of the clip path. So what I'm testing now is it to do with this preserve aspect ratio thing that I had on before. Or is it to do with the clip path dimensions, whatever it is? Because I don't understand why resizing an SVG that contains a clip path wouldn't resize the clip path. That just seems like it'd be really dumb. Really, really stupid. I'm gonna turn the music up louder to make myself happier. It's the cat. The cat never demands anything from me other than feeding twice a day. She's the easiest, except for when she pisses all over our clothes, but even then, it's easily remedied. Sorry. She's had like a scab on her mouth for a while. I was seeing if it was just like irritating her, stuck in her fur. Okay. So, did my change fix it? Is the question. No. No, it didn't. Resize clip path when SVG scales. So can you apply a transform to the individual elements? Maybe. That would probably help. There's our clip path. There's the thing I'm cropping, and here that is. So if scaling is applied to the actual rect, transform scale to can. Interesting. Zero. Transition transform 1 second ease. Yeah, that might be the way it needs to go. So the SVG stays the full screen width the whole time, and it's just the elements of the clip path changing size. What I need to see now is, does the clip path, is that animatable? Is that should help. That should hugely help with being able to use different animations. Okay. Cool. So, no more SVG ref. Clip path ref. What is the type of this? SVG clip path element. Cool, they thought of everything. So, clip path ref, clip path transition value, clip path ref, clip path ref, clip path ref. Just replacing all of these values with clip path. Yeah. It's seems tough to get viewers on a Friday, huh? Viewers for a boring ass coding stream on a Friday. Slim pickings. So over here, where I'm doing this, I don't want to be doing this. I want to be doing that over here. Clip path ref. And then I need to give it this stuff. Cool. Are we good? Will this just work now? Page is frozen. Hang on. Where to debug now? So there's our SVG filling the page. There's our clip path with a scale of, yep, that makes sense to me. Transform origin. Yeah. Right. I probably don't need that, do I? But it's just not working. Okay. Let's debug it bit by bit. He's there. If I scale it up, it goes bigger. So it needs to be double this, right? Because we're potentially insetting it. Yeah, whatever our calculation is, I'm going to double it. Does that even make sense? do, if we're filling the, we're taking the smallest dimension and we're multiplying it to be as big as the biggest dimension, but then we're insetting it. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to double it. Screw it. Um, 2 times u. There. Kind of cool. Right? Like, not what I wanted, but kind of cool. Why is it doing that now? There's our clip path. Sorry, cat's screaming now. For the first time, she's being the needy one. Okay. So, why is this coming in from the left like that? If I get rid of this transform origin, right, because the SVG is on the page. We no longer need to, yeah, and it's top left aligned. We no longer need to inset it by the page, by half the page size, all that stuff. Where was that? Over here. Okay, getting rid of this size ref.current, all that stuff. Getting rid of this too. Kind of. It's almost something. I think I need to change the transform origin. So if it's centered, transform origin center. What? Does a clip path take an X or Y attribute? SVG clip path. Attributes. Can I give it positions? No, but I could give the rect a position. Is that what's killing me? If I make the rect x 0, y 0. It's just so slow. And now it's just completely broken. What the fuck? It breaks your heart. Okay. Go to the transform origin. Does it like cling on to whatever value I give it? So if I set there. Okay. The default I think is center. Let's see. Is it? It just breaks sometimes. Oh my god. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. That's not what I want. Center. Do it from the center. Just why in God's name is that the center? What does that even mean? I'm just not even going to talk anymore. I'm just so done with this. Right? Okay. So the clip path, the rect is completely filling the clip path. I guess because maybe a clip path can't have a background color. I don't know. That's probably the case. But either way, clip path it's there. What if I give X 50%? 50%? 50%. Now we can have it centered top left. Okay. So undo all that stuff. Go back here where I got rid of these screen size offsets. Cool. I'm going to give the rect X 50% and Y it's 50%. So now it'll be getting inset and going off the canvas and pushing up. But oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, that's the opposite. That's the worst. That's the worst thing. That's the worst. It's terrible. Why? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? So the transform origin is top left. And it's being inset way off the page, which I don't want. Right. Yeah. Yeah, having that negative inset is wrong. I don't want that. It's complicating things. I don't know why I thought I needed it for a second there. So it's coming from where we think it should be coming from. It's just none of it's right though. Just nothing's correct. So at this point, could I specify transform origin center? No. Because why is it over there? Why is it over there? Why is it over there? Why? So I'm both over and underthinking this. Got our SVG, filling the page. We've got a clip path inside of it. We want to be positioned at that point and then to grow from it. It really shouldn't be so difficult. Nope, nope, it should not. Nope, it shouldn't. So why are we translating it like this? If this is 0, what is 0, 0? 0, 0 is there. The rect has 50-50. If I put this to 0, 0 and 0. So why is that where it goes? Is this all because I'm putting it on the clip path rather than the actual thing to be transitioned? I move all of this over. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Thank Christ no one's watching this stream. This is the worst. That's no better, right? Transform scale 1. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's just not transforming from the center. Even though I've set transform origin center, that's not what it's doing. I'm really sad. I'm really sad, and it's just taking so long to achieve absolutely nothing. So what I'm learning about transform origin is that it doesn't dictate where in itself it transforms. No, it does. It does. But what I'm learning is that the rect is just wrong. Fuck, I don't know. See, when this is size 1, now my keyboard isn't working. Scale 1. That's where it sits. Now if it goes up, it's going off to the left, which tells me that its center point is past its own bounds. Even if I set this as bottom right, it goes way out of its bounds. Yeah. Of course it does. Because this rect its transform is bigger than itself. I don't... Am I live? Am I actually live? Is it all just a lie? Yeah, I'm live. Is this X and Y thing screwing everything up? Is this what's breaking stuff? Because these percentages just seem so weird. Nope. So it's relative to overall SVG. Transform origin. Hey, how you doing, Chainsaw Chowdy? Howdy, hey, hi. You are joining us in the heat of figuring out SVGs and how to crop them. Happy to have you. Yeah, basically racking my head, trying to figure out some. But basically, despite playing around with web development for years, I say playing around with, been professionally employed as a web developer for years. I've never really had an excuse to play around with SVGs too much, and I'm trying to use them in my UI library, and it's not going well. I will be zero help, 100% here for the ride. That is what I need, absolutely. Rubber duck to just voice my frustration against. So for context, what I'm trying to do is see this like dark mode, light mode toggle. What I want to do is have a cool way of transitioning between the two. So I had a sort of working proof of concept before, but what my plan is to overlay like a light mode with a dark mode and then mask the overlay with an SVG that moves across the page. So as in, you know, where my mouse is here, I'm going to click that toggle, and then like a circle will expand around that toggle, revealing the dark mode underneath. And if I get that working, I can apply any sorts of transitions to it. It could be like a left to right swipe, or like a crossfade, or some sort of funky cutout shape. I think it'd just be a really cool way to transition between light and dark mode rather than just a fade like every website has. Yeah, ripple fade transition, exactly. And as far as I could tell, like even while transitions are a thing in like video editing, you know, if you want to cut between two shots, you can just put like a third shot in there that acts as like a mask between the two. As far as I can tell, that's just not a thing in web development, unless you can prove me wrong. So I think it'd be really cool if I got that working. But the thing that I'm grappling with right now is just getting SVGs to do what I want. So the most basic case of I'm trying to just position a square, an SVG square, to be where I want it to be. Strictly in HTML or JS too. It's JavaScript, specifically in React. So what I'm a React developer, and what LocalBoast is a React library. So go github.com/localboast. Yeah, this is a React library that I'm working on, open source, and you can see whatever stuff you want there about it. And it's basically just meant to be like a library full of cool shit. Cool dumb shit, like a snazzy way of being able to drag and drop things or resize anything on the page, and hopefully eventually have like make components on any website modular, so you can grab, if you don't want the nav bar up there, grab it and move it somewhere else. Dumb stuff that most websites probably don't need, but that I want to play around with because I really like playing around with dumb visual interactions. And so that's what the LocalBoast library is supposed to be. And then I've got my website, localboast.com, that I'm working on now, where I'm sort of using that as a playground to build out that cool shit that's going to be in the library for other people to use. And one of the cool thing that I'm playing with right now, or at least hopefully someday it'll be cool if I ever get even the basics of it working, is this transition system. Who doesn't like cool shit? That's what I'm all about. Yeah. Like both of the jobs I've gotten to do some cool shit, like work on basically like a version of Photoshop or even like a video editor in the browser built purely in React. And those are the happiest I've ever been to work on stuff. Sadly, 99% of the jobs are doing boring stuff like bug fixing, testing, writing up documentation. But yeah, it's that 1% that I live for, where you're just like, I could spend 2 minutes making this work functionally, or I could spend a day making it functional and really fun to use. And that's what I'm all about. And so that's why I quit my job 6 months ago and have, somewhat devoted myself to working on this, but that's only been in the last couple of weeks really that I've been focusing in on it, doing it on stream. But yeah, happy to have you here watching. Went to a coding school in Texas, but never did anything with it. Studied HTML and CSS to functions in JS and React. Almost no real world experience. Interesting. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Interestingly, I have basically the inverse of what you had almost, where despite I went to a software engineering, or what is it, computer science degree in Ireland, a 4-year degree where like I learned a load of technical shit, like how processors work under the hood, and how to build logic gates with electricity, all that stuff. But they never once taught us anything real world useful. Like they taught us about programming languages that were used 3 decades ago, but they didn't tell us about JavaScript. They didn't teach us one bit of HTML. So only upon graduating did I have to self-teach myself the things that were actually going to be needed in jobs. Yeah, like it was weird because like I had a friend who was doing marketing and he didn't expect to have to do any programming. I didn't expect him to have to do any programming. And yet in his like second year, they were teaching him JavaScript because so many jobs nowadays need to like, or not need, but like it can really be helped if you know a little bit about how the web works and be able to like write little functions to help you optimize a task you've got. So like there he was 2 years into a marketing degree or whatever it was, and he had more real world programming experience than I did. Yeah, it was dumb. Anyway, so yeah, the task at hand. Let's see if having a rubber duck here helps at all. So if I can demonstrate the issue. So I've got a layer over the top of all this that's basically inverting the page colors. And that's my proof of concept of how to transition between the two. Is that like I've got this layer that like turns white to black and vice versa. Not to interrupt, but side note, this is a dang clean stream setup, by the way. Thank you so much. That makes me really happy because I only did my first stream last week. So I think it was like the first day of January. And I had decided to stream for like 2 or 3 weeks before that. But I was just like every single day tweaking things, faffing about, getting like, oh, I want some cool overlays and I want my chat to be there. And then I obsessed about getting this brand new mic. So yeah, that really means a lot to me. Thank you. Lets me know it was at least in part worth it. Yeah, so thank you for that. Cool. So I've got this layer over the top. Big kudos. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, funnily enough, so this is only like my 5th stream, and every other stream, it's like after a couple hours, there would be no viewers at all, and then suddenly a bunch of people come online, so I get like 2 or 3 follows in a day. You are the first person to not only engage in chat or follow, but just the first person to even start spectating, which is funny. Just like, and it makes sense because today has been the most boring, just dense me trying to figure out this coding problem. So I've basically just been talking to myself for 3 hours. So that's what you're joining in on. What time zone am I in? I'm in the UK. So whatever GMT What about you? Where in the world are you? Because I do think that's what's setting me back, that like I'm starting my streams at midday in the UK, and I think I'm getting like some people in like Asia and the UK, like a handful of people who are tuning in, but only if I stay online until like 4 p.m. my time do any American people join in. And I think if I were online around that time, a lot more people would actually view me. So maybe I'll start doing that. But right. So I've got a clip path on the page that's this is like just a box that's within an SVG that's designed to crop out the outer, this like filter layer, and I'm having just trouble just positioning it on the page correctly and getting it to scale nicely. If I can, it doesn't even seem to be working now. I don't remember what I broke. Yeah, it's 9:13 a.m. here. Might just be a tougher time. Yeah, definitely. I assume you're in America somewhere. Yeah, it's it might, depending on like where I land down the line, it might be better in terms of standing out from the crowd, as in like, I think I checked other people streaming in software and game development, whatever the category was, a few days ago, and there was like 20 or 30 people in the entire category. And so like, I imagine in terms of being able to be found, it's easier to stream at a more obscure time and a more obscure time zone. But then obviously you inherently have way less potential viewership. So yeah, we'll see where I land. I'm just going to see what I broke here, because I do not remember what I was previously working on. Right, okay. So this is what I've got. If you saw, and now it's just not appearing again. This thing is so flaky where like, even if I break it, fucking Firefox is broken 2/3 of the time when I try to test it. But okay, so you can sort of see that my box moving across the screen. That box is meant to be centered on the actual toggle switch here and be getting bigger and reveal what's underneath it. And I am just struggling with the bare bones of of like how do you position SVGs and things within SVGs. So I've got a clip path with transform origin. That might be what's hurting me here. So I'm positioning a rect supposedly halfway into this clip path. I'm transforming. If I set this to center, he's over there. So let's see if I translate him. Basically, I need to. He's like sort of positioning himself on the center of the page. So to have him go over here where the switch is, I need to subtract half of the screen width, which I was doing over here and I just got rid of for some reason. I think it was causing other problems, but I'll try put that back in. And where over here, I'll set this to center. Basically, I'm at one of those points in programming where it's like, the thing I tried didn't work. Okay, so try something else. That didn't work. Then I just go back to the first thing. That didn't work. Go back to the other thing. Then like do bits and bits of the other. And so I'm just sort of kind of going back and forth. That's a bit better. It's centered on the correct point. Or it's like starting from the correct point. But it's not growing out from that point. It's growing like off in a singular direction. So we might be getting close. Yeah. While I'm talking, worth saying that yeah, I've only been streaming for a couple of weeks, but I haven't actually put any videos on the channel yet. But what I'm building up to is, yeah, getting closer, absolutely. What I'm working up to is putting up a series of partly instructional, partly just like rant videos about React on my YouTube channel. YouTube channel where I'm also live right now, LocalBoast. Hopefully it even shows up if you Google it. Yeah, in the next coming days, I should hopefully have some videos just explaining why I love React and React hooks and None of this is going to be in there because this has been a very frustrating session. But yeah, a little bit of a shoving myself down people's throats. Okay, so positioning it at center doesn't fix it, and I'm not certain why. I'm not certain what this transform origin is even supposed to do. But it does feel like we're getting closer. So how do I test this? Up here, switch the opacity back on. Cool. Wait, did the derma roller fix your patchy beard? No, it didn't. Yeah, that's my other YouTube channel, which I tried reviving a couple months ago to moderate success. But then I got distracted with the LocalBoast stuff. So I'm going to be like bouncing back and forth between putting up completely technical videos on like LocalBoast. And then if any of them are fun enough, like if any of these projects I'm working on are cool or like interesting enough to put into a 5-minute video about like, I built this and here's how I did it. That might go on the Connor Kelleher YouTube channel. But yeah. Yeah, the derma roller, people got mad at me in the comments of that video saying that I shouldn't have used it every day because it says not to use it every day, and a month is nowhere near enough time. If anything, it made the beard worse, and I just didn't like using it at all, and I just hated the Amazon sellers who are basically lying to people about how useful they are. Right, okay. So transform origin center 0 pix. I don't know why this isn't working. I need to understand what this attribute even does. Right, I think I was learning last time or earlier that transform origin, it kind of dictates where it grows from within its parent. Is that how it works? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works, because I'm insetting myself by this much. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is move it off the clip path and put it onto the rect inside. Oh, damn. Is that what I needed all along? Nope, that didn't do it either. I just got excited because it seemed to be where I wanted it to be. Oh, but it just got smaller. Changing these just moves it around the entire page. What am I missing? What am I missing? Do you know what? I think I am frying my brain at this too much and I'm getting nowhere. So what I'm going to do is take a quick breather, not by walking away from the camera, but by playing a little game. Chainsaw Chowdy, if you are still here, I don't know if you are familiar with Pokedoku, but I'm trying to slide that into my daily activities just to get my mental juices flowing in another way. Let's get it. Cool. Pokedoku, if you're unaware, is basically just like Sudoku. Not exactly like it. I know nothing beyond Gen 2. Yeah, I'm like very little beyond Gen like 3 or 4. And a lot of these questions, I think because they know it gets tougher the more obscure they go, they tend to focus on like the newer generations or like the more obscure stuff from the older ones. So I always do terribly at these. But let's see if we can get 4 out of 9 here. So we need something that's I instantly don't know of a ghost ground or of a ghost fighting, so I'm going to skip over them. Ghost that can learn Thunderbolt. I'm just going to take a stab at this because I feel like I once had a Haunter that knew electric moves. Okay, there we go. What the fuck is Galar? Galar is a region. I want to say it's the Sword and Shield games, the one for the Nintendo Switch. So it means like a Pokemon that first originated in the Galar region. And like I played that game, but I I'm really not sure of it. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm at the point of like, okay, even if I have an idea of the Pokemon, I need to just remember what the hell it's called. Thankfully, I can like type some stuff in here and it'll like give me partial matches. So you can kind of cheese it by being like, you know, electric, and just hope that a bunch of electric Pokemon will show up. So there's one Toxtricity. That's what I'm going for. Okay, there's a Galar Thunderbolt. See, normal is just the most bullshit type, because I think normal used to mean like just they don't have an extra type, like I don't know, like Ditto or something, where it's like the older Pokemon that we can't fit into a category can just be called normal. But then we've got this idea of a thing being both ground and normal, or both fighting and normal, and then you realize it's just completely arbitrary. It's just completely bullshit that some Pokemon are also called normal, and it's impossible to guess. So I always just take a wild guess. Such as, like, I'm just going to check, is Sandshrew part normal? Probably not. Nope. But ones that are going to be part normal are just going to be completely arbitrary as well. Ghost Ground. Oh, I might already be burnt out on this one. So you've just reminded me, that emote you put in there, is that like a little panda or something? There is this one, a Galar fighting. It's not a panda actually, but there is a Galar fighting that I'm trying to remember the name of. I'm not above Googling the answers, but I think I'm quicker to just quit, give up. I think like 1 in 10 times I actually clear a board because it's just someone who's like a Gen 1er who puts in a load of really, you know, the ones for us. Alright, I'm just going to take some wild stabs. Maku hit a... Nope, actually. Nope, what I'm going to do is Machoke. Nope. That wasn't the one I was going for. What is it? Hitmonchan. Because I feel like these are the ones that they might have just labeled as normal. Nope. I give up. You a movie buff? A little bit. I'm the kind of person who would like obsess about certain films. Like as in there would have been a time when I knew everything about every Marvel film. But in terms of like actually a broad range of films, not so much. I'd like to be. But I'm a bit too maybe like hyperactive to sit down and watch too many films. Like as in I watch fucking 50 YouTube videos a day. Because not quite at like the TikTok level of short form content, but I struggle to like sit down and commit myself to many films. Why'd you ask? Do you have something in mind? Any recommendations? I have a buddy the same that showed me this game. Has an extensive list of brain teaser games you might like. That could be cool. Is it sort of like oh, what is that? There's like a website where it's like called Dwebble or something. You can put like people make user submitted quizzes of like name all 150 Pokemon, and you try to fill in the gaps within 5 minutes. Is it that kind of thing, or is it just like a general quiz? Feel free to send it on, whatever it is. Could be a fun way to break up the time. I think I'm going to give up on this because I genuinely don't think I'm going to get any more of these. And we can just be frustrated by the answers. Cool. So now I'm going to scroll down and see how bullshit some of the modern Pokemon is. So, what one did I not get? Ghost Ground. Oh, there's so many options. And none of these I would have ever thought of. Him, I would have assumed he's a rock. Him again, rock. Him again, I would have thought is rock. And just, I don't know. These are all just Pokemon that I can't imagine that many people remember. And yet the statistics say that 66% guessed correctly. Which makes me think 66% of people are cheating. Yeah, Digimon. There's a bunch of these answers where it's like, I just look at them going, that's not real. That's not a real thing. Like, especially these ones that have extra bits to their name. Like this guy, Urshifu Single Strike. It's just like, I don't know, like it feels like if you look at Yu-Gi-Oh cards these days, and it's like every card has 5 paragraphs of extra details, and every card is like an enhanced version of the super mega version that came out 2 years after the original. And it's just like, what happened to the days of just like Pokemon or just like an animal with fire? Why is it just all this bullshit? I've never even heard of Farfetch'd Galar. Or maybe that's just like a... Yeah, I've never seen that icon for it. Yeah. This game does make me feel like an old man. Real get off my lawn territory. But anyway, like I say, 1 in 10 makes me feel smart. Okay, send me an example. Contexto.me. So what is it? Find the secret word. You have unlimited guesses. Words were sorted by... Okay. Is it going to make more sense if I just start doing it? Book. Did I not read the rules clearly enough? Okay. Computer. Oh. Was book closer then? I'm not sure. Film. Okay, film is also pretty close, but book was very close. Novel's even closer. So it's just pure chance of landing on a word and trying to get real close to it. What the hell? Just story? No. You got any suggestions? I assume you've played it already, then if you knew that my first one was a good guess, maybe? But if you're not, feel free to put suggestions and we can call this a group effort. Just words. Oh, very far. Surely, probably not. Okay. It's specifically about the book. Page. No. This is kind of fun. I could see myself doing this as just a little break. I say that now. I might just spend the next 20 minutes on this frustratedly trying to think of synonyms for book. Process of elimination, deduction categories. Can definitely just keep throwing out guesses. Cool. Cool. Novel. So novel's the closest. Hardback. Okay. So it's not about the contents of the book. It's not about the physical essence of the book. Author? Hmm? Right. No. No, it doesn't like that. Character. Hmm. Chapter. No. Wow. These are some wildly differing numbers. Is it, so are you supposed to keep going until you get the word? Or is it just about like getting, the most points or the most closest to it? I imagine you're supposed to get the word. But I'm like, I'm scratching the bottom of the barrel of my brain with this one. No, it doesn't seem like it. Definitely does not seem like it. So novel. It is weird that I landed on book if it's this close. I don't remember what words I've done. Not right, not writer. Fiction. Oh, okay. Even closer. Yeah, if you can land on one, it's a technical win. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so fiction is real close. Fantasy? No. I wonder, should I be trying other genres though? Sci-fi. Science fiction. Probably not a word that it can type. Okay. Hard to tell if it's a style, title, genre. Oh, it could be a title. Oh. Dune? Okay. It's not Dune. Don't know why that's the one book. One single word book title that came to mind. God damn. So yeah, if you have any suggestions, please save me. Unless you've already done it. I'm going to turn the music up so that it's not just dead air while I'm doing this. Yeah, the title would be rough. Unless it's like a really obvious title. Silmarillion. No. So, okay, what are our top ones? Character, meh. Story, pretty good. Book, yes. Novel, yes. Fiction. Protagonist. Nope, not good. Did character. I did page. Library. Nope. Okay. Bookshop. No. Okay. So it's about the content, like what the book is about. I'm guessing. I think it's got to be, because we're not talking about the words, but we're talking about the type of book. I'm gonna set myself a cutoff. I'm gonna set a timer, like a stopwatch or something, just so that I don't keep doing this for reset. What am I doing? I'm gonna do a 4-minute timer. There you go. Okay. Are there synonyms for the word fiction? Like make believe. Or like I did story, yeah. Let's see. Fact. Nope. This is a great game, but it's so frustrating. Yeah, you're learning something about me though. I obsess about things. Like, yeah, I may stop the stream within the hour, but I'm gonna be messing around with these SVGs and as long as it takes, and then I'm gonna fall asleep. So if that means I'm doing this until 3 a.m., that's what's gonna happen. And I may stop this timer, but I'm gonna keep this tab open, and I'm gonna find the word until even if it takes me until 3 a.m. You're gonna learn to not present me with challenges now for my own health. Fiction. 2 hours of sleep. Damn. Yeah, what time did you... It's like morning for you, right? You said it was like 9 or something? So yeah. I wouldn't want to be doing this first thing I wake up sleep deprived. Do you know what? I might just do with this the same thing I did with the code, whereby I was getting nowhere with it, so I went off and played a game. I'm just gonna walk away from this, go back to the code, and see if doing the code gives me a solution. I'm gonna see, like, you know, if playing around with SVGs, does that make me think of synonyms for fiction? So yeah, we're gonna keep that tab open and hope it's not got a timer going, because that would be embarrassing. Where are we? Okay, so I do not remember the state we were at here. Right. So I was centering this SVG, or not the SVG, the clip path within the SVG. And this has a translate that it doesn't need. Oh, because the code is still setting that. Okay, so I shouldn't click that button anymore because that animation is going to mess with me. So what I was trying was moving the stuff down into the rectangle. So here, is this going to be any better? No. And what happens if I change this value around? So it... Well, I'm really not sure. Where is it resizing from? I think, okay, the transform is messing me up. Or sorry, the translate. So transform scale 2. So now I should be able to see what this transform origin setting is actually doing. What code is growing the code? So in the actual code that I've got over here, I'm setting the transform to like scale the element, growing the box. So over here, where are we? So I've got an animate function that when it's clicked, it has this clip, a reference to the clip path element, and it's putting a scale onto it. But over here in the debugger, I was testing moving it off the clip path element and putting it onto the rect to see if that would help things. But I don't think it even is. But that's why I was saying that clicking the button was problematic, because clicking the button was calling this code, applying a styling to the clip path, which is here. So I was having the scaling happening in two places. There's still this part that I'm unsure if I even need, where I was setting the X and the Y values to 50% because I was hoping that would center it. But I don't even know if that was the case. Have I just solved it? I really wonder, did I? Probably not, right? I scale to 0. Okay, it's going over there. And so if I put it to 0.5, I can see where it's actually growing from. And translate. I don't know if I shove it over by 100 pixels. 100 pixels. Okay. Nope. Oh, I really thought it was going to do it there. So like, I might be able to change the starting point and the scale at the same time. So for instance, transform, if I have two separate values, translate 0, 0, 0, scale 0. Does that make sense? Nope. I don't really know what I'm doing. Yeah, so like, if as well as changing the scale, I change the position, then I can get it to scale from a starting point. But the difficulty there is I need to, like, while I'm scaling it to fill the page, I would need to know how far off the page to stick the top left top left pixel, because like here the top left pixel is 0, here it's 100 100. But if I wanted it to stretch to be able to fill the whole page, then it would have to go off to like negative 1000 something. And I'd rather have to not have to calculate that. I'd love if I could just position this here and have it grow from its center. SVG. Transform scale from center. Scale path from center. Yeah, I'm just hoping that someone else has had this exact difficulty before. Combine a translate and a scale into one transformation. So this is, he's suggesting to do what I just was saying I could do as a fallback, but I don't really want to do. Transform box, fill box. Maybe that's a thing that I'm missing. Transform origin, center. Definitely isn't going to work though. You go away. At this point, I've got so many things on the screen. None of it's doing anything. None of it's going into my mind. I don't know what the hell this did, if anything. I need the transition still. Okay. Oh, maybe it is working. Oh my god. If this is 0 0, so they've got the same translate value. Oh, it works. Oh, okay. So if I put transform box on it, I'm so glad to figure these things out and have someone cheering me on. Thank you so much. I needed you. Okay. So that one guy on Stack Overflow saved me. Can I vote him up? I'm not signed in and I'm not bothered signing in. Screw it. Transform box, fill box. So that's, I'm just going to stick that over here and see if that will make this start working. Definitely won't. I'm definitely going to have to maybe move this down to the rect like I've got going here. Let's just see. Oh, that's what it's meant to do, right? I think that's what we're going for. Beautiful. Yeah, no worries. Go for it. I'll be here. Fair enough. Enjoy. So yeah, I think I might need to put them on the rect, because that's what I had before and it was working then. I need to see if it works now. By putting it on the rect and out of the clip path, it hurts reusability, but I can figure that out down the line. And I'll move this rect or the ref over to here. Doesn't like it. Right, to clip SVG rect element. So my typing is wrong. SVG rect element. Okay. Is it just gonna start working? Okay. Oh, I'm still in setting this, and I don't want to be. Kind of. Kind of. Maybe? Okay, so why is the positioning wrong? I feel like we're real close. Clip path, rect. So the clip path doesn't have any of that stuff. The rect does. And it's transforming on center. So that's correct. Right. So why is that all the way over there? I don't think this translate thing is doing that. If this were 0, that'd be 0. Is this still killing us? I really should have saved like a snapshot of how it was working before. If I set it to top left, and then I have the translate where I want it to be, whatever 140 it was. 50. Is this gonna work? No. No, it's not. Because I needed it to be, so it needs to be transform origin center. Right. Oh, what did I do wrong? What am I forgetting? So I simply need to find a way to position this little guy absolutely on the screen. And I can do that. I can do that. Okay. So over here, where I was previously insetting these, okay, I just need to inset it by half of the smallest dimension. Mask inset amount equals math.min size ref.current height size ref.current width divided by 2. So this is how much it needs to be subtracted by, which should give us the absolute top left, and then we're adding in the position of this guy. Oh, yes. Like the animation's still fucked because it's like fading out before it should be. It's not getting big enough. But oh, I've finally got the positioning working. Okay. Whew. Cool. That just took way too long. Simply took way too long. So how can I improve this animation? If I make that go quicker. Yeah. That looks pretty good. There's like a weird flash that I need to sort out. But I'm going to be overhauling this entire invert system after. I just wanted to get that SVG cropping working nicely, which it is. Okay, I'm just committing this. Improve SVG crop overlay cropping. So I was originally doing this with a circle, and I switched off a circle because I was having just a horrible time getting it to size properly. I want to see if I can get it working now. Using what I've learned from the rect. Let's see if I do a circle, SVG element. Yeah, it's an SVG element. That's fine. Can I just do this? Can I just leave it like this? I imagine it doesn't take a height or width attribute, but yeah, it doesn't like that. So instead of height and width, if I make it or X for the radius, if I make it this over 2, there. We're gonna have a circle now. No, we won't. Why not though? That's the question. That is today's question. Why not though? So it's massive, it's way too big. Is that what's happening here? Scale. If I scale it down to 0. That shouldn't be visible at all. Fully down to 0. It's masking the entire thing. Show me better. Yeah, so it wasn't as easy as I thought to get it working for for the circles. Let's see if maybe what was it? Or X or Y. Oh, I have not even given it the right attribute, have I? SVG circle. It's not just or X. It's CX, CY, and or. Okay. Ooh. It's drawing a circle. It's drawing a circle this time. You can't deny that. It's going way off the page. You still can't deny it. CX 50%. And CY. Okay, it's going the opposite direction now. 25%. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing this. seems to be better if y is at 0. No? Because it's expanding upwards. I get rid of this. No. I feel like we're getting closer though. Because earlier on, I could not even get a circle to render whatsoever. Let alone, like, without being a big stretched oval. So this is just another question of how to get the positioning working right. And if nothing else, we are great at that. It only takes us several hours to position a square on the page. Over here, and y is the circle looking like this. So if we scale it right back down, why is that your start position? What is your 0? If I put you to 0, 0. That's your 0, 0. And I have no idea why. If I get rid of this CX and CY. Okay, the center is then at that point on the page. Okay. That's right then. Right? That seems good. Because then we can translate by... We're translating by too much. Right, okay. So if over here... I can get rid of those. Leave that there. And then up here, when I'm... where is it? Where was I doing it? That new calculation I just added in. I've already forgotten what I did with it. Mask inset amount. So this for rect constant mask inset amount is just 0. No, wouldn't like it. That works. Interesting that I need different settings for the circle and for the rect, though. I wonder. If I get rid of transform origin, would this suddenly start working for the rect? No, it would not. Because rect, so the circle seems to be able to center on itself, or expand on its center, but squares don't. So it needs a bit of extra work. That's fine. We can handle that. So I'm just going to add in some conditional logic so I don't have to keep commenting this stuff out. Shape equals rect, and this. Shape equals circle. Then do this. Then up here where I've commented this out, I'm going to say let mask inset amount equal 0 if shape equal rect. Then use that value. And now I can just control const shape equals circle. Why is it not happy with that? So I'm going to make this of type either circle or rect. Type shape. Okay. Because type circle and rect have no overlap. That's annoying because it's not type circle, it's of type shape. I'm just gonna have to ESLint disable that. ts ignore and ESLint disable next line. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Why are you doing that? Circle and rect have no overlap. So what I'm gonna do is let shape equal circle and then reassign it to shape equals rect. And now it doesn't have a problem, which is really dumb. It's really dumb that I need to do that. Even though I explicitly said that it's of that type. But we're good. So there it is. It's a square. And now it's a circle. Awesome. Awesome. I'm gonna commit that just because I don't want to lose this stuff. Oh, you're back. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, not only did I get the rectangle version of it working, I managed to bastardize the code to also work for circular cutout, which is probably the one I'd prefer to use anyway. But it does mean that any arbitrary shape, in theory, could be cut out like that. Yeah, and I'm happy about that. Now I can start to actually looking at overhauling this the dark mode light mode toggle in the first place, because this was just meant to be a tiny little pit stop. If I'm going to show you the plan that I drew up at the start of stream. If I switch over to that camera, this is the plan that I drew up at the start of stream. This is what I was going to work on today. Fix SVG scaling. That's what we've done in 4 hours. Then I was going to work on overhauling the dark mode, fix up some style text input on my Etch-a-Sketch component that I've got on my website, adding a new font in there, add some bounds and dropping into that Etch-a-Sketch thing. What we've gotten to in 4 hours is this first point that was supposed to be like 20 minutes. But it's all worth it because you're here. I do think I need a bit of a break after that. Right, I'm just going to run to the bathroom, top up my coffee, and I will be back very soon. And I will turn up the music in case you want to linger, but feel free not to. I'll be back soon. And I'm back. I think I might have dropped you, but that's how it goes sometimes. Yep. That's how it do be. I made a massive pot of coffee just to be there if I need the inspiration throughout this session. I think I've only gotten through like half of it and it's already nearly the time at which I try to stop drinking coffee. But guess I just need to start chugging. All right. So now that we've gotten that ugliness out of the way, I think the rest of the session will actually be way more fun, because the main thing that I wanted to work on today is completely overhauling what this button even does. I know I've just spent ages getting what happens when I click this button to work. That stuff can remain. But the actual filter that applies to the page when I click the button, the way it's like inverting the logo and stuff, we don't want that. That was sort of just proof of concept of like showing how light can turn to dark and vice versa. What I want to try now is completely cloning the UI and having a light mode and a dark mode on the page at the same time and peeling one away. That is a proof of concept that I want to try. I have not even seen how feasible that is as an idea. So let's just try it. So what I'm going to do to start, move you over there. So the animate function that's called when the button's clicked, WB. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, what I was saying there is I know the lingo, trust me. What I was saying there is I'm now looking into completely overhauling my light mode, dark mode switching. So I'm going to keep all that stuff I was doing there about the SVG cutout. What I'm changing is what it's actually cutting out. I don't remember how much of this I explained before, but so currently what's happening is I'm overlaying a filter on the page. That's why the colors are going all weird, why this yellow logo turns orange. Oh, I left the door open and I'm annoying my girlfriend. Be back in 1 second. Yeah, so I was overlaying a filter. Yeah, she had to text me that I'm being loud and annoying. And that's what's inverting all the page colors. And that was a good proof of concept, but it's really ugly and only kind of works in that like it turns some things completely the wrong color. So the new system is I'm going to completely clone the website and have a light mode and a dark mode overlaying each other and peel one of them away to reveal what's underneath. That's the concept, and I want to see if I can get that working. So, how I'm going to go about that? No fucking clue. But what I want to first try is I need to make sure that the actual animation transition happens instantly. The actual I've set it so that there's a delay to the background transitioning color scheme, and I just need to remember where I put that. So transition, I think I've put a rule in there somewhere. True. Transition on. It might even be in the dark mode animation. I should probably have a look at this. Use maintain color scheme. Oh, it's in the dark mode, light mode toggle. Dark side toggle. And over here, I said keep transitions true. So if I just get rid of that, I just completely get rid of that, then the dark mode, light mode switch happens instantly and there's no delay. That works. What I'm going to do is when the button's clicked, I'm going to like create a snapshot and overlay the thing. So the actual switching color scheme is going to happen instantly. so that we can have the thing in the background right away, have the new color scheme as soon as we start animating. But now I need to figure out how to tap into this button click, because currently the button is just setting the color scheme. The button's setting the color scheme, and then my animation guy down here is listening to the fact that the color scheme has changed. So what I need to do is tap into this button click. So on change over here, I'm gonna, it's like a terrible place to do this, but this is where I'm gonna stick in some funky logic just to proof the concept, basically. So let's see, if I just do document.body.clone node, I think that's what it was, deep, and I'm gonna say true, because I found this suggestion somewhere. I was looking into like how to screenshot a website, because I was thinking of if I could screenshot the website, I could have that image that I could like burn onto a HTML element, so like it would look like it's the website, but it's actually just an image. It seems like that kind of wouldn't work, because it's really hard to turn a website into an image, and I would have had to use third-party libraries that still wouldn't have worked perfectly. So I'm trying this approach of just creating a clone, and let's see if I can attach it somewhere. Const clone equals this, document.body.append child clone. This is too big brain for me, but I'm explaining it well. I hope so. And if I stop explaining myself and you're completely lost, please ask, even if it's just like, why are you doing that? And then I can explain the rationale and clear it up in my mind. Feel free to ask. So basically I'm taking the entire HTML stack, cloning it, and then attaching it to the HTML stack in the hopes of having a clone that just completely overlays everything. So what I need to do is figure out how to change the positioning of this and make it not interactable, all that sort of stuff. So let's see, clone.position, clone.style.position equals, let's say, fixed. Why is that not allowed? Clone dot. I'm not sure what clone. So I've got the node, but I want the HTML element. Can I just say dot element? No. I'm just going to do it over here. See if I can proof the concept in the actual browser. Okay. Here's the console. Const clone equals document.body.clone node true. I can make this a bit bigger so people can see it. Okay. And I haven't attached it to anything, so document.body.append child clone. Okay. So I've got like a whole, me not Googling what an HTML stack is. Like I just sort of say words. HTML stack, objectively, I think isn't a great way to say it. What I mean is the DOM, the domain object model, is basically this thing, the tree of HTML things. So you've got your HTML up top, your body, which contains a header and all this stuff. This is called the DOM, and that's what I was calling the HTML stack. But that was just me using a tech word somewhere that I don't think it's meant to be used. And effectively what I'm doing is I've taken this body element and attached it to itself. So you can see there's just a clone of the body over here, which I don't think it's meant to be. Oop, that makes 100% sense. Awesome. Glad I'm explaining myself well. Cool. So now I want to see if I can fix the styling or the positioning of it, because like it's on the page, but it's way over to the right. We want it to be pinned to the top left. So that's where I was at in the code. So I want to see, so clone is what it was called. How do I get the element from the node? JS get element of node. Create the divs. This is weirdly difficult. I would have thought it'd be just like you just access the element from the node. Create element node, create text node. Weird. I'm just going to explore this a bit more. So clone dot, what are my options? If I say children, zero. So I've got a root. But that's still not it. But I could say children.parent element, and that gets me the body, but that's a real shitty way to do it. Like I've got the body node, and to get the body element, I can dig into the children and then the parent of that children. It's one way to do it, but that feels real weird. If I just put like element, how is there not a thing called so I'm just looking through these. First child. Does that give me what I want? No. No, it doesn't. Dot. There's absolutely an easy way to get this. There has to be. What about dot node something? Node type, node value, node name. Screw it. I'm gonna just stay filthy and use this horrible way of looking it up. Okay, so clone dot children 0 dot parent element. Stay filthy. Yeah, that'll be my sign off at the end of videos and streams. Just be stay filthy. Okay, so I've got that. Then I can set the style dot position equals fixed. Will that do it? So there it is. It's over there. I think. It's hard to tell. I should have made it a different color. Style dot. If I make the background color blue. Okay. Cool. So my guy is overlaying it. My clone of it. And this is still just like one layer. And I want to see if can I like fade this out. Opacity 0. I can. Okay. So I'm just overlaying a whole new version. I'd sub. Thank you. That's yeah, that's good inspiration. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stay filthy. Okay, cool. So it's kind of seeming like that's all I need then. I just need to set the position to fixed. And what was it I did here? Clone dot children 0. Is that how I got it? Clone dot children 0. It doesn't like that though. Children does not exist on type node. What are you talking about? Objectively does. Children does not exist on type node. Not react node. I don't know. It's being weird. Own dot child nodes. That's not going to get me that. I'm just gonna ignore TypeScript here yet again, and hopefully find a better way of accessing this off stream when I'm willing to do more Googling. Disable next line. Okay. And what this is a real dumb way of doing this. Again, I'm going to improve this down the line, but we're going proof of concept territory here. Just after 2 seconds, I'm just going to destroy this element. Clone.delete. No, what do I do? Document.body.remove child clone. Cool. And then we still need to actually set the color scheme that's over here. Yeah, so that should work. So in theory, when I press this button, we'll get a clone of the white page, and then after 2 seconds, it'll die and we'll see a black page behind it. That is not what happened. Something happened though. Bit of fun. We can see that the clone did its thing, but the setting the style did not work. If I get rid of this code that removes the child, and we'll see what the hell happened. So he's still on the page. Why? Or he's over there, but he doesn't have the right styling. So here's a body clone. Transition. Okay, yeah, so this thing just did not work. I stick a debugger in there. Oh. And we'll inspect it as it's happening. Maybe TypeScript is right. Maybe children is not accessible. Actually allow breakpoints. Come on. So slow. There we go. Okay, so we're cloning the child. We've got the clone. And we've appended it to the body. So we do have a children array. Oh god, yeah, there we go. I'm accessing the children, but not the parent element of it. Cool. And I should do this before appending it to the body. I'm just gonna go to do find better way, please. This time round, I would expect clicking the button to stay black, stay dark mode, and then after 2 seconds, it'll go away and there'll be a white mode underneath. That's not what happened. It's never what happened. I wonder, is the thing changing? Like the script that's updating the background, that's probably affecting both, isn't it? Shit. Probably. Yeah, I have no idea how to get around that. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this thing that kills it. And I'm gonna inspect it to see, have they both changed color. The page kind of freezes for a couple seconds after I refresh. Need to look into why that's the case. But I'm not too worried about it. So I do that. And now I think this is still showing the light mode icon. So I think we are looking at the clone here. We are. Yeah, I didn't think about, like I knew that scripts probably wouldn't target the clone with anything because the references are different, but I forgot that classes would be impacting it still. So maybe this proof of concept is not, maybe it's proven nothing. Maybe this just doesn't work. Because I could, like, no, I was going to say, could I like iframe itself? But then I think all context would be missing. This is a tough one. Because if I change the classes to make it so that they're not affected by overall style changes, then it's just going to break the style of them in the first place, and they're not going to look how they should look. I don't know. I think I need more coffee. Be right back. Yeah, so I'm surprised that I didn't think that, oh, apologies for the random question out of nowhere, but am I originally from the UK or like Canada? Interesting. I am from Ireland. Despite a lot of people thinking that I'm American or Canadian or something. It's, yeah, I'm from Dublin in Ireland. Yeah, I'm not quite the stereotypical, like, what you think of as an Irish accent. But yeah, this is like the capital of Ireland, Dublin. I'm a dub, been there my whole life, except for the last like couple of years where I've lived in the UK. Yeah, there's something about my generation, particularly the like pretty well-to-do part of Dublin that I'm from, but a lot of people that like I grew up with had sort of like not quite American accents, but like you could tell it didn't seem Irish. And I don't know if it's just the amount of like TV we watched when we were younger or what. But yeah, this is what I call an Irish accent. I did live in America for like like 2 or 3 months one summer, but I won't say that impacted my accent at all. Purely because being Irish, wildly more badass. Should I just like put that on the page? Should I just have like an overlay somewhere, just reminding people where I'm from? Just a little shamrock. Yeah, I always, when I went to America for those like 3 months, because Irish people and I think British people as well, I'm not sure, can just go to America for 90 days without a visa. You're trying to pin the accent, but now can totally hear it. Okay, cool. So I'm not insane for thinking that this is an Irish accent. Yeah, when I went to America, I think like one person the entire trip commented on me and my friend being Irish as if it were something interesting. And we thought it was just going to be like an everyday occurrence. But yeah. Okay. So I'm probably not going to stream for too much longer, but I kind of want to get some sort of proof of concept working for this. I hope this isn't just a complete dead end. Because the fact that I can clone it and have a duplicate version of the site overlaying it is so cool to me. But I don't know if there's any way to like freeze it in time so that it's not impacted by any other changes. I'm just gonna quickly Google like JS prevent DOM updates to node. Crazy how dark it got by 4 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, it keeps deceiving me. Where like at 3 o'clock I'll look out and it's incredibly bright. And I'm like, oh yeah, actually maybe we're getting closer to summer already. And then 4 o'clock hits and it feels like it's the middle of the night. Yeah, imagine you're still like waking up. Got your whole day ahead of you. What is it you do? You said you were at work. I'm just like desperately Googling stuff that I don't think exists. You've been at work for 3 hours. Oh, you work in IT. Nice. What kind of stuff? Did the girlfriend just give you an off-soon look? She absolutely did. Did you hear that? Or was it just the way I was like, yeah, I will. Yeah, I might be at the point where trying to get like this thing figured out just involves a lot of boring ass Googling. So maybe that is where I'll call it for today, and I'll try to find something fun to work on. I guess then I'll try to find some way to do this so that I can actually implement it next stream. Yeah, I'll just be calling it. Yeah, the body language. Oh, I showed my hand. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. Nice to meet you as well. Hope to maybe see you again. Thank you again for the follow. And here's my cat to say goodbye. Yeah, have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your work. I'll see you.